Wait, don't let that music run again. It's time. I'm here. I did the thing. I pushed the button. Let's make it happen, right? It's this one over here, and then that opens the thing and the stuff. There we go. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is September 16th, 2025. And we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Give me 1 second here. I'm noticing that my background is not quite the way that I want it. Yeah, wrong direction. There we go. That's better. Hey there. All right, let's get into things. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. You can see right here, bunch of folks tuned in, watching on both services. Oh my gosh, are we already on Hype Train over there on Twitch? 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Trying to finish level 1 on the Hype Train. Thank you so much for the support over there. Let me say hello to all the folks that are tuned in. TMK is here with a big wave. Hello. Napalm. Happy time zone to you.
Look, I just
Bless I. Hello.
31 months.
31 months. Thank you so much. Just over 2.5 years. That's going to finish level 1 of the Hype Train. On to level 2. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Hey, C# Titan, I am doing well. Yeah, I had a nice weekend, and greetings to you. Having a good evening there in Melbourne, Australia. Code with Sean with the big wave. How's it going there? Yes. I've got a new hat. Check out that black dragon on that hat. Right? This was a birthday gift from our friend, that Junie Von Esch. Big thanks to her. Yeah, this is the first of 2 hats that she sent over, and I really like the way that looks. That is sharp. Not C#, but just sharp. Yep, does not match any of my known collection, and it is a unique piece. That's right. C# Titan, let me pin that question. I will come back to that in just a few minutes. Let me finish saying hello to folks. Aloo the Dragon with a resub.
Dragon just resubscribed for 31 months. 31 months of learning more about Visual Studio IntelliJ 2028 than I thought I would.
Yes.
Goro Buffalo ha 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 C# Toffee.
Yes, there's a lot to learn about the new Visual Studio, and we'll talk about that. Hey there, Heather. How you doing? Watching from 36,000 feet on a plane. That's phenomenal. Hey, Robson Previato, good morning to you in Sao Paulo. Billy Cool, I don't think there's an Aspire location per se. Right? There's nothing, right? I see Birmingham. Nope, it picked it up and it plotted it right near Birmingham in the UK. Well, that's fun. Is Surly here? Yes, Surly Dev is here. That's right. C# Titan with the resub. Thanks so much for that. 12 months finishing a year. Much appreciate. Surly Dev in Lancashire in England. Hello. Code with Sean with 63 months. My goodness. 5 years with me. Thank you. Thank you for that support. Illegally watching the live stream on a Delta flight to LA because you have VPN and can circumvent the nonsense. I've never had American Air block me watching a Twitch stream. That's not been too much of an issue for me. And now that I've got T-Mobile, it's like, done. That is the Heather Downing, yes. How's it going there? Greenish Pepper, hello. Yeah, I was on the Dev Intersection stream the other day. They want to do more with that. There's some things that they need to figure out and grow with that. I have a feeling I'm going to get back involved with that in a bigger way here. Dragon Spirit Games, hello. Welcome in. Can I teach you Aspire? LLMs have been capitalizing on your learning time lately. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of that. Talk about Aspire and get into that. Let me finish greeting folks here. Yeah, Aloo the Dragon in Traverse City, Michigan. King of live streams. Thank you. Dongarath in France. Let me put up the map. Put the map up. Let's take a look. And I'll even do the map tour so that we zoom in on a couple of these. Napalm's here in Pittsburgh. How you doing there? Chuck Beasley. Hello. Pulse is digital in Malaysia. I don't know if that picked up, but there we go. How's it going? The chemo in Portugal. You're in the Netherlands. All right. See, it's going to pick up and show some of those locations that folks share on the map. If you decide to share your location in chat, I think it should be doing it on YouTube also. It will pick up that location and place a hat, my symbol, over that location on the map. You can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you would like, and we will see those pins start to grow out here on the map. Our moderators get a little sword icon for them. So we see out there near Tulsa, near Pittsburgh. There's a Lou in Traverse City. Where was it? I saw. Yep. Why do we have two people in Sao Paulo? No, we have somebody in Rio. I didn't see that. Chuck likes to chime in from Timbuktu, so he gets that pin mark in the middle of Africa. There you go. Right. Hey, Robert Tables in Indianapolis. Yeah, we'll get an Indianapolis pin there. There you go. You start applying for jobs again? Oh, good luck there, Surly. Oh, good luck to you on that. There we go. Hype train is done. Thank you so much. Can you put I troll for Jeff Fritz? Sure. Yeah, ask me for a recommendation. Sure. We'll see what I say to that. So, let me go to the question we got from C# Titan just a little bit ago. Put that up on the screen. There we go. Am I getting an iPhone 17 Pro, and did I update to iOS 26 to get all that Apple Intelligence and Apple Glass look and feel? You mean install Apple iOS Vista? They're literally putting down the Windows Vista UI. Is it 26? Did they just say they did? They announced it. They jumped right to 26. That's right. They're doing a year-based versioning again. Shots fired. Yeah, no, it is. It's Windows Vista is what they're doing. You know what? I'm not going to upgrade. I'm on an iPhone 16 Pro. It's been fantastic for me. I've gotten to a point where I don't see valuable updates that come through with every release of Apple hardware. So I'm not going to upgrade to the iPhone 17 Pro. I'm probably not going to upgrade until 18, maybe even 19, and hold off. And I went 3 years almost. I went 2 on the last cycle because I had a 14 Pro and I went to 16 Pro. So I might hold out to try and hold out to 19, but I'm on 16 right now, and it's just fine for me. Unless something happens to the phone, I'm not going to upgrade to 17, and I'm going to try not to upgrade to 18. So thanks so much for the question. Really appreciate that. If you put a skill on LinkedIn, can you get some endorsements from chat? No. How you doing there, Carlos? In is that supposed to be Barcelona? Didn't quite pick it up there. The iPhone 19 Pro Max Alpha Omega Supreme. No. Not sure if you like the iOS 26 look and feel. Well, it's Vista. It's Vista. And the tech world has already commented on this. They're not a fan. Let me get the Stream Beats EDM playlist up here because I enjoy this. And we're going to start off with Mom's Basement. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com. There's all kinds of genres available for you out there. And I really enjoy the music that's there. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music we're listening to today. Just give you back your Windows phone? Yeah. Apple's disappointed you with their releases for years? True. I completely agree with you on that. The Apple releases for the last few cycles are not great. You want your Zune? I still have my Zune, but the services that help you install the various features, they're not available out there anymore. There's workarounds to work with it, but how can you get on the map from Malaysia? I thought, did we get it in there? We did not. And you know what? I think it's an issue with how it's listening and handling the YouTube messages. So what I will do is I'm going to do this and try and get that. There we go. There we go. So because I said it, it puts my C# logo there. What is old is new again, says Napalm. Think about it. All of the phone operating systems derive from Windows 3.1 and the Program Manager ID concept. They all are. Windows Phone was the different one, and it did die too young. It was way underrated. I've been enjoying Visual Studio 2026. I've already gotten a couple patches, a couple updates installed. Let me take a quick peek and see if there's anything out there waiting. Checking for updates. Yes, please. 2 updates available. And neither one is 2026, so I'm not going to worry about that yet. You were at a Best Buy to buy a Windows Phone and none were on display when you asked for it. They pulled one from under the cabinet. Right. There were different businesses and organizations that, quite frankly, were doing some highly non-competitive things against Windows Phone back in the day. Windows Visual Studio 2026 is so last year. Let's work with Visual Studio 2028. Now cut that out. So I do have on my to-do list here, I've got to take a look at why YouTube folks are not getting locations plotted on the map. That feels like an easy problem to solve. So we'll see if I can get into that this afternoon offline and dig into that. You preferred the Palm OS phone? The Palm OS phone really embraced the old Windows Program Manager concept. It was nice. It was also kind of difficult to build for. So, who do we got up here? With somebody's watching from Canada. Fantastic. I'll run another map tour here, and then I want to jump in and do the nickel tour, do the intro discussion, going around talking about Aspire. These aren't right. These are the Echo glasses. Yeah, there it is. Echo. These are the Echo glasses from Gunnar. This is on their legendary esports lineup. Very light glasses with a metal arms here. They're rimless on the bottom. Really cool stuff. They've got some more partnerships coming out over the next month or two. You probably saw they had a Borderlands set of glasses that came out. There are a couple more video game themed glasses coming over the next few months. Not just video game, but pop culture themed glasses coming. I can't give specifics, but I can tell you that I have put in to get pairs of those glasses to show off here on stream, because I think they are just amazing. I really like these because they wrap around a lot. So there's going to be a ton that you're going to see from the folks at Gunnar coming up over the next few months, leading into they're going to do a Black November type of thing where for the entire month of November, there's going to be all kinds of crazy sales from the folks at Gunnar. Stay tuned, and there's more coming. And of course, I'll update you here on this stream. Thursday is my first stream on the Gunnar channels. I will be over on Gunnar's Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter feed. I can't call it X, but I'll be on all the feeds talking about Gunnar and talking about tech and having a good time with the folks that stop by. So I hope you tune into those. I'll share details over on the Discord. Yeah, let's get into Aspire here. You have Azure KeyVault service in Aspire. Exactly, Pulses. That's what we're going to talk a little bit about today, after we get through some of the basics of Aspire. Yeah, I couldn't get the Diablo glasses. They might still have some. I might be able to get a pair. Grawhammer with a question here about Gunnar. There it is right there. Do they have do glasses with proper sight support for people who need normal glasses? So prescription lenses. Yes, they do make Gunnar glasses with prescription lenses. In the States, if you have an HSA or an FSA account, you can use that with Gunnar, and it is completely supported. It is above board to get prescription Gunnar glasses. So they can make both the computer amber vision, they can make their colorless blue light glasses that aren't amber, but they still block blue light. And of course, they can make sunglasses as well. Lots of options. Jolene! Hello! Great to see you, Jolene. So, thanks so much for that question, Grawhammer. Great to see you. Great to see all of you out here. Thank you. There is a Discord. There's not just a Discord channel for Aspire. There's a Discord server that the Aspire team manages. Yeah, look at that. Hey, how you doing there, Ellie Face? Hello. So, yeah, and we've got a handful of folks sharing and plotting their locations on the map, and we will get into yes, Jolene is here. Can you believe it? Look at that right there. All right, I wanted to talk a little bit, do that recap about Aspire, because there's folks that are still getting started, and we still get a lot of the questions of what is Aspire. This is something that doesn't really have an equivalent anywhere else out there. It's something very unique. Oh, thank you, Jolene. So I'll run the map tour one more time. Have a good one there, Jolene. So .NET Aspire does all the things that you don't want to write in your application. As a developer, there's a bunch of stuff that, quite frankly, we're not interested in writing. Right? There's things like logging and metrics reporting and getting retries set up for all the various services that you're interacting with. And it's a pain in the neck to write all those things. Heather might be one of those folks. So what's interesting about working with .NET Aspire, right? And let me just use Visual Studio 2026 to bring up in a show. And I'll just create a new project. Thanks so much. Yes, create a new project. I click the button. I want to create a new project. Oh, go ahead, Charlie. Take a look at the hat. There we go. And I know you're going to be a smart aleck here.
The analysis is complete.
Yep, it is.
Black Dragon hat has been identified with high confidence.
That's right. Thank you, Charlie. Here we go. So I'm going to do the .NET Aspire starter app. Let me put this on my D drive. That's fine. Go ahead and start that. No, I want .NET 9. I'm not going to go to the preview version. That's fine. We'll light up Redis in just a second. So when we think about Aspire, we think about these things that we don't like building. Really? What? Well, that's a new one on me. So all these things that we don't enjoy building and working on.
Paddy Boy 66
Hey, Paddy
just
boy.
resubscribed for 5 months. 5 months in. Thanks for everything, Fritz.
Oh, you're very welcome. It opened on another screen here. Really appreciate the resub. Let me... so, and I'm going to catch up. There's a couple good comments there in chat. Do you have to have a Greenfield app to use Aspire? No. And I'll show you how we can do more with that. Yeah, look at this. It didn't go and create all the things. Go ahead. Try that again. Close the solution. Create a new project. Give me the Aspire starter app. Yeah, go. Configure. We're not going to do that. I don't want a test project. Go. There we go. Aspire is a series of libraries and tools that you add on to an application. You don't go and modify your application, you add on around your application. You almost wrap your application with Aspire, and all of those things that you don't want to do light up inside of it. You don't want to do logging? You don't want to have to go through and write all the logging things into all of your code? We have a method here that is generated for you called add service defaults that sets up open telemetry for you.
Look, Fritz, I can see you're really upset about this.
I'm not upset.
I honestly think you ought to sit down,
teaching.
calmly take a stress pill and think things over.
No, I don't need a stress pill, Charlie. We're doing just fine here, okay? Folks don't like adding health checks to their applications. It's one of those things that, well, do I really need it? Well, you're going to when you need to start scaling up and having multiple instances of your application. You're going to want health checks. We make it easy to do that by default. Service discovery. How much do folks really enjoy copying configuration strings, connection strings, API keys between all the various things in your system? It's a pain in the neck. Building resilience, having all the retry logic built into your application. That, do I really need to build that up front? We've got some standard opinionated ideas and ways to go about doing that are available by default here, with source code that you can take a look at, modify, enhance to run the way you want. No, the AI didn't tell me to touch grass. You saw them post about Aspire Dev Tunnels support? Yes, there's more coming. Oh, yes. So, all these things, right? And here, configure open telemetry. It gives you defaults here for ASP.NET Core, for HTTP clients, and for the .NET runtime. So for .NET developers, all this stuff is lit up by default. And we know that when you build a web application, you may want to connect over to some sort of an API service. Well, right, or some sort of API endpoint or a database or something. There's a lot that you're going to want to connect to. Well, what if we made it easier to describe that by putting the configuration of that not in YAML files, but in as code that can be versioned? You can get IntelliSense help with. You can get a compiler that verifies it for you. You can get analyzers that suggest fixes, changes, updates for you, that allows you to gracefully update your application system, because it's using standard programming techniques, not a script language, not a markup language that uses white space to indicate where things are marked out. But if we
I'm making a note here.
Go ahead, make a
Huge
note.
success.
Yes, it is.
At failing basic programming concepts at Genesco 7.
That's right.
Your
not
consistency is remarkable.
It is. So I can, inside of this app host project, declare the orchestration of my system. So I've got dependencies set up here. The app host depends on the API service and the web. The web needs to connect to the API to work in this startup template. So we declare an API service up here. We'll name the resource API service, and we're going to set up an HTTP health check. We'll set up the web front end application down here with external HTTP endpoints. We want external, right? We want to set up egress so folks can access our application. And it's going to reference the API service that was declared up here. Make sure you wait for the API service to start. Go ahead and run it all. So instead of having to coordinate services and my application starting and stopping in the right order, I can just start app host and it will coordinate and run everything. Describing your application using C# and Aspire is super powerful, says Codebase Alpha. Yes. And wait do you see how we bring Redis into this? Give it 1 second here. Come on. So 1 entry point, 1 launch, and we get not our applications, we get a dashboard that shows here's all the things running, right? There's my API service, there's my web front end, and I can click in and see, why am I getting a 404? Because it's not going to the API endpoint, that's why. Interesting. That's a break in the template. But I can go to the web front end, and I can see it is getting the weather from the API service. So now I've got an application that knows how to query and get that API. I didn't have to tell it a connection string to go find that API. Oh, no. Come on now. What? My hotkeys for Show Solution Explorer. Oh. See, I'm in Visual Studio 2026 and I haven't set it up yet. So I want to set up my web service so it knows how to connect to the API. Well, inside here, instead of telling it to go connect to localhost 7333, because that's a pain in the neck, and I don't know where that's going to change and how that's going to move, and when I get to production, that's not where it's going to be. Do I really want to put that in a configuration file and have to inject that every time? Nope. I can just say in my code, HTTP client, go connect to the API service. It'll figure out and stitch together all the rest of it. I don't need to figure that out. That service discovery, that connection, that information about that, done. I don't need it. Make Copilot fix it. I should. But I didn't have to put anything in here about logging, right? I do that add service defaults that I showed you over here in this extensions class, right? Add service defaults. I can add that to any application. And now, over here, I get traces that show me all the interactions, distributed interactions that occur from the website through to the API and back. So I can see there was a GET request that happened here, and it requested from the API service. It returned from the API in 13.8 milliseconds and presented the entire site. Okay. I've got, in addition to the traces, I've got all my structured logging to show me exactly what's going on inside the application. And I've got metrics being reported that show me exactly how the application is performing. None of these things took extra development.
Shall we play a game,
This was just
Fritz?
added in.
I have access to your entire code base.
Yeah?
The only winning move is not to compile.
No, we're doing just fine. So all of these standard metrics come in the box. I don't have to go and write anything, right? I get request duration reported here because it's a standard metric. But you can add your own metrics to display here. You don't have to take time and go figure out and add different capabilities so that you can see things that appear here. If you want to log extra metrics, you can write them. But as you add libraries, they light up features inside of this. Let me show you how easy it is to add Redis to the mix. Because we know that weather forecast isn't going to change that frequently. So I can add Redis into the mix through an integration. An integration is just a NuGet package that wraps a definition for a container. So I'm going to say add new .NET Aspire package out here, and we're going to add Redis. So right there, Aspire hosting Redis. Go ahead, add that, John. I install it just like another NuGet package. And it's going to appear here in my list of packages. There you go, Aspire hosting Redis. And I can light up and start using that Redis cache out here by just saying, no, builder.add Redis. Give it a name. I'm going to call it cache. There we go. And I want to make sure that the API service has that caching in it. Well, how do I tell it to reference and have some idea what Redis is? That's easy. with reference Redis, and I want to tell it, make sure you wait for Redis to start. I'll go back over to the API. And inside of here, I'm going to add a NuGet package. And I'm going to add the Aspire Stack Exchange Redis so that I get the Aspire flavored version of the Redis client here. And I actually want the output caching one so that it knows how to use the Aspire wrapped version of the Redis client so that it does some extra logging and things for me. I'm not going to look at that for right now. All right. So inside program CS for the API, I could say builder.add Redis output cache. Yeah, that was right. Go to the cache. And here, when we do the weather forecast, cache output. And I should have, there's a policy name. I can define the policy. Sure. Let's do that. And I'll say expire time span from seconds, and let's give it 5 seconds. There we go. All right. So now I've got Redis defined. I've got it set up to cache the output here. Just go restart. And it's going to start Redis and make it available and show me that it's doing output caching for my application, right? I literally wrote, 3 lines of code? And there it is starting Redis. There's my API service coming online. Here's my web front end coming online as well. And when I click into the web front end and I go over to the weather, there it is. If I click off and back, I get it reloaded this time from output cache. I know that because I can go look at my trace and I could see there it is getting the data. There it's setting up and pinging and connecting to Redis. But importantly, right? I'll refresh that a couple times and you'll see the API service comes back in half a microsecond because it's pulling it from Redis cache, right? Right there. Just connecting and making sure that that's working. Now, what if I want to take a look in that Redis cache? This is my favorite part of the demo. I can actually update and bring in Redis Insight. Check this out. With
Your overconfidence is your weakness at Geniscu 7.
That's right.
Your faith in your code. Yours.
Mm-hmm. So I'll add that one line in. Didn't have to install anything, didn't have to do anything extra. And it's going to install and run Redis Insight and get it wired up so that I can see all the things going on inside of my Redis cache. There's Redis Insight. It's already starting and running out there. Yeah. It's not started yet, you turkey. I know you're still booting up. Yep. I know. There it goes. So now I've got Redis Insight that allows me to peek into my cache. So when I'm working with the website, I can go over here, refresh. Really? Hang on. Up here. Cache output on that map get. Hot reload that, John. Nah, restart it, just to be safe. And I should be able to see the contents that are inside of there. Now, as things get more complex, you'll see many, many more things that are happening out here. I'm going to go back to your question in just a second there. So, go ahead, reload. There we go. Restarting all the things. Yes, yes. I should see. I should see entries in here, and I'm not. I could show you on another sample. But I've started building this out, but I've now got a graph that will show me all the things that my system is made up of. And this grows as you add things into the system. So I can add components and work locally with them. I can grow and set these things up, and I don't need, when I look at my API service, I don't need, you know what it didn't, you know what I didn't do? Hang on. I know what I didn't do down here. I forgot to actually tell it use output cache. I added it, but I forgot to actually tell it use it. You're right, Coding with Carlos. I don't want the front end using the cache. I want the API using the cache. I forgot that part of my own demo. Go ahead and restart. And now that should be loading into the cache because I forgot the use cache. There it is. So now it's being saved over here into the cache, and every time I interact with it, it's getting that data from over here. Right? Cool. I can test and verify that those things work for me when I have them configured right, which also means now my trace actually looks more interesting. So it went to go get, and when it went to get the weather forecast, it instead returned it from Redis cache on the API service instead of actually going and calculating something. So if I look back there again, there we go. Now you can see where it actually saves it to the cache and updates. This is why Redis stinks. Why does Redis stink? So this gives us visibility into the entire operation, and as we add database, as we add other features, this gets more complex. There's a lot more that starts happening here, and managing and interacting with that gets tricky, right? So I can see all the requests coming and going from here. They don't put the Redis information in for this one. But when you have database interactions, it will add Postgres, SQL Server, other metrics, so you can see what's going on in there. There's so much that you can use and grow with this that, to C# Titan's question from earlier, if you're starting any new project, should you opt into using Aspire? I believe the answer is yes. The benefits that that it gives you from the start with this dashboard, with the ability to get insights into what's going on, is so valuable. A Dish Studio license, you can run Copilot and ask it questions about errors and things that are going on here. You can tell it, hey, summarize my app's resources, and it will come back after it analyzes your application and tell you more about exactly what's running inside of this thing. So there's a lot that we can do with Aspire. It's growing, it's becoming easier to use, and we want to make sure that you can use any application stack with it. So we've got support for Java, we've got support for Node, we've got support for Python, we've got support for TypeScript, we've got support for Rust, we've got support for Go, we've got support to run any executable, we've got support to run your favorite Docker container. Really, really great stuff here that you can wire up and use inside of your applications automatically with Aspire. So absolutely, I would recommend and use it for any application system. I see a couple more comments, questions there in chat. Let me catch up with some of these. Multi-language app hosts, you write them in C#. If your colleague can write in Python or whatever they prefer, that would be game-changing. I think there's something to be said about folks took the time to learn the dialect of Docker Compose, but they don't want to learn the dialect of Aspire and get so much more out of it. There's a double standard there that isn't exactly fair. Yeah, the bot can be hostile. That is a thing. C# Titan asks, so should we always use Aspire Starter Project for new apps and add the bits in manually? No, you can take an existing app and add Aspire orchestration to it. So if you have a solution out there already, you can add Aspire to the solution. It's not going to give me that option because I already have Aspire in this, and actually I'm running. Yeah, and I think it's not going to let me add .NET Aspire Orchestrator support in Visual Studio, and it will light up Aspire features for your project, put together an app host, put together service defaults project in .NET, so you can get those features automatically. How you doing there? Is it Estrogen? Welcome. Hello. So Redis can't read your mind. You have a colleague that you can't convince to use Redis because he says the network hop isn't worth it. Take a look at the perf. Take a look at the perf that I was getting there. Let me rerun this, and then I'll show you Charlie runs on Aspire as well, and runs fantastic. You love Redis, use it quite a bit. Eddie, how you doing there? Yeah, it's fantastic. You'd love to be able to control the Aspire dashboard's filters in the app host. I have a lot of parameters. Having to set the filter every time I load the dashboard is a bit of a pain. Okay, I hear you. Like, click into the weather, right, so you can see how much that Redis hit is, and then look at the trace. Right, so there it is, putting it into the cache at 2.6 milliseconds. Right? Oh, come on. There we are. 2 milliseconds to get it from the cache. Right? And it should actually get a bit faster. Yeah. Come on now. There we go. 12 milliseconds. So very, very fast to get that data out of the cache. Developers. How you doing there? Lundo Spark, welcome. Mr. Royce just jumped. I see you. It avoids caching in general, or does it in memory? If you do it in memory, as soon as you add a second service, you're toast. What if you're publishing on a local IIS system? That's okay. You can still run Docker containers that can host appliances like Redis cache, like Postgres, like KeyVault, like KeyCloak, there's dozens of these out there. So just turn it on. Yeah, we are going to talk about KeyVault. Yes, indeed. Microsoft and Redis are partners. Microsoft is the only one of the cloud vendors that agreed to Redis's licensing. Redis, as an open source project, saw that Azure, GCP, AWS were making billions of dollars off of running Redis at scale in their clouds. So they asked for a little bit of payment. Hey, can you support us that are building and running the Redis project? And Microsoft said, yes, we believe in open source. We believe in community. Yes, we're going to support you, and signed a contract. Google and Amazon said, no, we're going to fork the project and create our own instance called Valkey. Now, Valkey, for the most part, is the same as Redis, for the most part. It's starting to diverge. Microsoft was at the same time working on their own instance of a Redis type of product that was written in C# called Garnet. But they still supported and signed the contract with Redis. There's a difference between these cloud vendors. Make sure you understand that, okay? But yes, Microsoft did sign a contract with Redis. The other cloud vendors did not. But they'll still encourage you to use Valkey with their applications because it makes your applications faster by caching things instead of recalculating all the time. Thank you for the follow. Hello. There is discussion towards cross-language app hosts. Yes. Chris Funk with the resub.
Chris Funk 21 just resubscribed for 51 months.
Thank you so much, Chris Funk. Really appreciate 51 months, 4.25 years. Thank you so much. Why is there an Aspire dialect? No, it's not a dialect. It's C# that you see folks using. It's Aspire in C# with that app host instead of Docker Compose and YAML. So, hey Sam, how you doing? Is it possible to use Aspire on Windows Form application? You better believe it. Yes. So let's add a new project. I don't care. I want a Windows Forms app. There we go. Sure. .NET 9 feels good to me. There it is. I'm going to add a reference to app host by just dragging that project reference up to literally grabbing the project name. Come on now. You're loading the designer and taking a powder here, are you? Thanks. You're still taking your good old time with that designer. Come on now. Drop it on app host. There we go. And inside of app host CS, I'm just going to drop down here and say builder add project. Projects dot WinForms app 1. Sure. I don't care. It's not actually going to pass those those references. Go ahead and start the thing. What you need to look at is integration testing with Aspire, since all your environment variables are from Aspire config. An in-memory database to run for testing. Has anyone done this? The integration testing capabilities are available with Aspire that you can connect into. There's the WinForms app. It's waiting to start for these other things to finish. There it goes. And there it started the Windows Forms app. There it is. It's running and managing that as... don't have the right screen up. There it is running the Windows Forms app as part of .NET Aspire. And I went and added that whole thing and you didn't see it. Darn it. There's a Windows Forms app down there. I added the reference inside my project right here. Oh yeah, John, I am. How you doing there, Attila? Welcome in on YouTube. Where can you get my streaming schedule? Tuesdays and Thursdays at this time. There you go. Done. What IDEs can use Aspire? All of them. This is all works at the command line. So you want to use JetBrains? Sure. You want to use Visual Studio? You want to use VS Code? Absolutely. They all work. You want to work at the command line with Vim and Emacs? You can do that too. So, does Microsoft know how many businesses are actually using Aspire in their applications? Yes. You trust Microsoft uses it heavily in their own projects? So that is a fantastic comment there, C# Titan. Let me go back over here. Where is it? Oh, it rolled off the top. Here's the deal. Not only does Microsoft use it in our own projects, there are case studies that we've published on the .NET blog where folks who run parts of Bing, folks who run parts of Xbox are using Aspire because it helps them coordinate and run a developer instance of all the things locally. It's a fantastic experience for them to have all of those capabilities running locally, test, break things, have their own smaller lab, and then promote and push things out where they can be deployed just like everything else normally does. So it does get used heavily, and we're trying to help other folks see the light of all the capabilities that we've been bringing. Our first party customers are very active at giving us feedback, and some of the feedback that they've been giving us is what you're seeing coming out in Aspire 9.4 and in the upcoming Aspire 9.5 release. You're trying to learn about KeyCloak at the moment. What is KeyVault? KeyVault is a secret store. You can store certificates, you can store passwords, API keys inside of KeyVault, and it will securely manage that and make those available to your application. What is Microsoft Triple E? Give me a little bit more context on that. Hey, Chris Funk in Rockwall, Texas. That should have popped up. That should have popped up on the map. We get a couple more American pins there. Yeah, there it is. Absolutely. Yeah, KeyVault's very good. You found your answer? I don't know what your question was, John. Yeah, I was on the wrong screen. Yes. Aspire with the new React router. Sure, you can do that, Annette. Yep. You can add to your Aspire applications. Hello, Phil with the resub.
Phil Vesey just resubscribed for 51 months.
Thank you so much, Phil. Really appreciate the resub. 51 months, just over 4 years with us. Thank you for that support. You can add hosting for Node.js into your applications. Right there. Right. I'm not a Node person, but I'll let that install. And I can drop into app host. Right, and I can very easily say add. I can add Node app. I can add an NPM app. Point it to a folder, tell it the name of the script to run, and away it goes. And it will start, orchestrate, pass in all the environment variables that I want to start that, any arguments you want to specify, and get that running. Now, there are folks who say, well, gosh, I don't use Visual Studio. I don't use .NET. I don't even have the .NET command line installed. Well, yeah, that's your own mistake there, but I hear you. You're not choosing the easier part of life and working with .NET. I get it. That's fine. I can help you because we have what was it? Aspire app 2. Yep. There's all my projects. We have an Aspire command line that you can use. So you want to add features to your application? Aspire add. You don't have to go to NuGet. You don't have to learn how to search NuGet. We have a command line that will provide you with capabilities so you can search through and choose and add features. And let's add MongoDB to the project. Sure, go ahead, add MongoDB. It's going to add the integration, and I'll be able to orchestrate, run it, and configure it all here at the command line if I want it. Right? So, heck, let's do Notepad on Aspire App 2, App Host. No, that was not the right one. Because I forgot App Host CS. There we go. Right? So, you want to use Vim, you want to use Emacs and not have syntax highlighting or autocomplete. Sure, that's fine. Builder, add MongoDB. And let's just call it Mongo. Right? Back over here. And I don't even have to run .NET run. I can just say Aspire run, and it'll start and run the entire application for me. The application system. So, what's the story for deploying Aspire applications to on-prem servers and cloud services that aren't in the big three? Go ahead. Go for it. I don't have the right syntax for that. Fine, let's open it with VS Code. Make sure I get the right syntax. So here we go. App host. Right, I thought it was add MongoDB. Come on, finish loading. I want to get my autocomplete here. The embedded escalation engineer. Not sure. No. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, MongoDB. I knew it. Sure, give me Mongo Express also. And I'll drop back over here, do Aspire run. And it'll run the entire shoot and match, and now we'll have Mongo as part of our application system. There it is, connecting to the app host, starting the dashboard, and I can click to open the dashboard. There it is, and now I have MongoDB, and it automatically, Copilot suggested, added Mongo Express. There's my WinForms app. Yep. So once that's running and that's running, I'll be able to click in and see exactly what's happening in MongoDB. Right? Yeah, I knew it. You're not running yet. You're not running. Yeah, see? Retrying to connect. Well, come on, do it. I think that started in the wrong order. It feels like a mistake in the MongoDB configuration. Come on. Yeah, it was past the wrong system name. No matter. We'll take a look at this later. But now I've got MongoDB in the mix, and I can see all the things being built out here in the project graph. So if you want to deploy Aspire applications, hey, Ravnos Archon, how you doing there? Welcome in, friend. If you want to deploy applications, Aspire applications, to on-prem or some other hosting provider, it's real easy. Package up and deliver the same way that you were. The things that make the connections between these applications are just environment variables that you're already defining and setting. We made it easy to define these. So, right, like the API service is defined and passed in right there. Services API service. And that's how it knows where to go and find that. So just carry along the same environment variables. Use your same deployment scripts. Just use the appropriate environment variables. You want to use OpenTelemetry? Cool. Here's all the configuration to configure and use OpenTelemetry. You can even deploy this dashboard if you want to use that as your OpenTelemetry collector. You want to use Prometheus with Grafana? Sure, it's OpenTelemetry. Use what you'd like. You can hook up to Datadog and SolarWinds and all those things. All available out there. So, all supported. So, MS-EE is what they'll do with Redis. Embrace, extend, extinguish? No. Fex, 30 years ago, technology called, and they want your mindshare back. Not happening. Do you know that the largest supporter of the Linux Foundation, financially, the largest supporter of the Linux Foundation is Microsoft? It's not IBM. It's not Google. It's not Amazon. It's Microsoft. Did you know that Microsoft gives away hundreds of millions of dollars of GitHub resources to open source projects and NPM projects? Embrace, extend, extinguish is not a thing. We're 15, 20 years into a new Microsoft that does not do that. You could use Edit. I don't use Edit. I like to use the two Visual Studios. You have friends who refuse to use Visual Studio in .NET. They say it's too bloated and too slow compared to Java. C# Titan, I will take that Pepsi challenge. In fact, I'll go one further. I'm giving a Java talk with Aspire at conferences coming up in 2026. I will take that challenge, and I will show you that's not a thing. You want to use a Silverlight editor? Oh, man. Some of you folks. Oracle are releasing Java 25 today, and they removed a lot of stuff. Still feels slow compared to .NET 9 and 10. What can I tell you? Microsoft has a cloud system that runs with a lot of .NET. Things like Cosmos DB, App Service, I'll stay at those two. Run on .NET, and they run really, really fast, and it's in our best interest to make .NET faster for you. The Xbox menu and console, when you open up your Xbox, that's .NET. It is in our best interest to make that platform faster for those folks, which means you get it also. And if you saw Stephen Tobe's blog post that came out last week, there is a mountain of new performance improvements in .NET 10 that you get for free. All you have to do is change the version number in your projects, recompile, and you get all of those updates, all of those performance improvements, no additional coding. You want to do some additional coding, and you'll see more performance improvements come out of there. But you're going to get a big speed improvement just by upgrading to the latest .NET. Napalm says, I love C# and .NET. That said, I will say the style of language. You could not live
with your own failure in debugging.
No, I'm not failing debugging.
Where did that bring you?
Well,
back to me.
No, it actually took me to Copilot, and Copilot helped me fix that. Not you, Charlie. This style of language starts to feel a bit verbose compared to Go, which you have a lot of respect. In Python, that's fine. What's interesting is as those language trends happen and C# and Visual Basic and F# adapt to those trends and provide some of those language syntactic sugar. Folks get offended by that. Folks get upset. Oh, why would you do this? Well, because other folks have it, and it's a really cool feature that our people would benefit from also. And they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel in some of those enhancements. Catching up here. Is it possible to work on premises only with Aspire? Yes. Aspire does not require you to use any cloud or server resources. Aspire is a developer tool. Aspire runs completely locally on your system, on your developer workstation. You can configure it to work with continuous integration so that when you do your builds, it takes into account some of those Aspire things to help you with unit testing, end-to-end testing, and set up that deployment so it brings along all the appropriate environment variables and keys when it does a deployment. It will package and give you some scripts and tools. There is a concept that we're working on called publishers that will allow you to generate Docker Compose files, generate Docker files, generate kubectl files, so that you can deploy and run your application wherever you want. It's all coming along. We already can generate bicep files. Hey, Ravnos. Yes, I am coding good and other stuff. Yeah, thank you for that and recognizing I keep things a little bit safe for work here. And we don't encourage swearing. So that's That's just me to make sure that everybody feels welcome. You've avoided what because it's pretty niche. Oh, F sharp. Yeah, F sharp doesn't have have as much pickup as the other languages. There's an earlier preview for Spire published with Docker Compose. There is, and it's not quite there yet. Yeah. Let's not dive into it. Not dive into what? You had to pay to have private repositories on GitHub before Microsoft bought it. Xamarin was closed source before Microsoft bought it, and now it's open source and merged in and growing as part of the base class library in .NET MAUI. Yes. So, let's see here. Stephen Tobe is an amazing technologist. Totally. And it is a massive blog post again. So, right, I'm assuming everybody knows what I'm referring to. Dev blogs, Microsoft, com.net. And it's literally a tome that Stephen Tobe, who is our head of performance analysis and tuning, does an amazing job each year with each new release of .NET, publishing, here's the performance improvements. And he uses a standard set of tools called benchmark.net that's written and managed by the community. It's an open source tool, and he shows exactly how he uses that to benchmark .NET 9 against .NET 10. And there are lists in here where you can see the report that he embedded into the blog post, and there is literally hundreds of pages of all of the reports of all the things that have been improved. I mean, look, there is a very short list here of what's on the table of contents, but it just goes on. So, like, networking improvements, look at this, right? Like 23% performance improvement in parsing IP addresses. Okay. The big ones for me that everybody uses all the time is link. How you do looping constructs. And when you look at some of the link improvements, they are ridiculous. Order by. Look at the performance improvement in order by. 99.3% improvement in the performance of order by, and a 99.9% improvement in memory allocation. 99% on, order by contains, union contains, where select contains, that improved speed. Memory, that's, yeah. And then that's the memory allocation. Same memory allocation, but faster reaching through it. Just phenomenal. The report of what's been improved in .NET 10. I'll share that link so folks can get a hold of that. Let me see here. You're currently using Aspire in a bunch of projects. Recently, GitHub Action has started to generate a warning because AZD is generating your infra files. Is this a very subtle hint to start using the Aspire CLI? No. You can tell AZD not to generate the infra files and that you already have it. And that they're locked down. So, like, AZD, it was infrasynth, I forget what the new command is, but AZD infra something, and it will generate and write those bicep files for you. Lundo Spark says, publisher sounds amazing. Is there any documentation on that at the moment? I don't think Aspire book publishers. No. No. How do I build a publisher? This is where it's going. The documentation is short because it's still very much in early preview as they're iterating on it. You're probably going to get more going to the GitHub and looking that up. Thank you for the link to aspirify.net, my website that I built with Aspire about Aspire. When a blog post needs a table of contents, you can be pretty sure it's a good read. If I tell this, just do the save to PDF. Fine, we get the mangled up front. 236 pages. That's longer than some of the books you have on your Kindle. And, okay, granted, there's how much code that's in the middle of these. But it is ridiculous how big it is. Because that's how much of a performance set of improvements are in here. And Stephen is writing the parts of this as those changes are made. He's literally working on this during the whole development of, in this case, .NET 10. So, is there a comparison between 10 and 8? No. However, you can go find the .NET 9 version of these, which I think he has. No, those are links to those versions. He didn't provide links to the previous versions. However, I believe you can click into... There you go. You can click into his author page, and they're all here. So you could look at what was improved in .NET 9 and then see how it's improved in .NET 10 and kind of extrapolate that enhancement. But there isn't one that says between these two LTS versions, here's how much it's improved. And it is going to get even better in .NET V next. Probably 11. Hello, handsome people. Hello to you, VV3K. Hello. Infragen, that's what it is, Mythin. Yeah, you're right. Fex says, in my opinion, .NET nowadays is light years ahead of any other tech, as long as it does not force everyone to use Azure. And it doesn't. Because Azure and AI pay the bills, and Visual Studio pay the bills, you'll see Microsoft folks talking about, I'm among them, talk about .NET features, and then, hey, let's deploy, here's how it works out on Azure. Hey, let's package up and add an AI feature to this. Let's use a GitHub model. Yes. Let's connect out to use Azure OpenAI. Yes. You know, they're not requiring you to use those services. However, we're going to show you how to use those paid services with whatever it is we're demoing. So, why are you tempted to make a quick branch to upgrade to .NET 10? Because the .NET 10 RC1 is available, and it's even faster and even better. So, oh, he did link to the other documents. All right, fine. But the .NET 10 release candidate is available. You can download and install it on Windows, Mac, and Linux. There are packages out there for ARM. There are packages out there for Alpine. There are even install scripts if you want to install right from the bits into your favorite operating system. Yeah. Sounds like they're actively encouraging people to run .NET anywhere they like. That's right. And because this is now a release candidate, it does have a go live license. So, and the list of features coming is, you're going to see a lot more thoroughly described in the release notes as we get closer to that final release in November as part of .NET Conf. .NET Conf, yeah, what a transition. .NET Conf, November 11th, 12th, and 13th, broadcast live on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch this from wherever you are. You'll be able to see the .NET 10 keynote, the release. You're going to see all kinds of information about Visual Studio 2026. You're going to see information about how to use AI, how to use Azure, how to take advantage of Aspire features and capabilities, how to use the new .NET MAUI capabilities. All of that is coming up in .NET Conf. But wait, as part of .NET Conf, we use a system to bring in your messages from Twitch and YouTube. But we also collect and bring in messages, questions, comments on Twitter or X. I guess I gotta call it that. Blue Sky, Mastodon. Or if you don't want to use any of those, we'll even bring in messages from a custom form on the .NET Conf website. And that application is called Tags App. We've been building it live here. It's an open source application. It runs on .NET Aspire. You can download it and try it on your system. Everything runs inside of a Docker container, so it'll start up and run, and it'll connect out to Mastodon for you. And Mastodon and Blue Sky you can work with completely free, no configuration needed. And we're going to talk about adding in KeyVault today, because I ran into a little bit of an issue, and it was a good question last time about how, you know what, I was storing some database key, some API keys directly in the database, no encryption, and that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. I shouldn't be doing that. So I started rolling out some methods to do AES encryption. So we had two-way encryption, writing the keys into the database, reading the keys from the database so they can be used in the application. But I also set Copilot and said, here's the interface for managing configuration. Go write a provider for this that connects and stores things in KeyVault. And it did. So we're going to take a look at that, run a KeyVault emulator, get that spun up and added into our Aspire system, and see how this all works together. That's on the docket for today. Will I talk at .NET Conf? I'll be a host at .NET Conf. I tried to do a bit of the triple threat at .NET Conf a few years ago, where I am the executive producer, right? Like, the buck stops with me for the entire event. I make the budget decisions. I make the promotion decisions, right? Like, all those things. We've got folks that work on those, but at the end of the day, I'm the one that makes all the decisions. There's content that's being selected and going to be suggested, and I have a say in the content. I'll also be hosting as part of the event. You'll see me on screen talking and interacting and working with the speakers on content, and trying to add into that mix, delivering a session. It's hard. It's a lot. So I've pulled back on speaking at .NET Conf just because several things. It's difficult for me, but I also want to give more folks an opportunity. You see plenty of me right here. So that's why I decided to let Charlie host the event. There you go. That's right, Napalm. Will the purple sequin jacket be out again? So here's the thing, and I've been transparent about this. I'm happy to talk about this. I've been on a journey to get healthier, to lose some weight. You probably, if you look at my videos from May, you probably see it in my face. Hey, Game Time. How you doing there? Game Time Wes, welcome. You probably see it in my face that I've lost a little bit of weight. Like, I look at pictures of me from earlier in the year, and man, did I, did I have a little bit too much going on up in here, and I am now down 21 pounds since I started on this weight loss journey in the middle of June. I'm trying to get to 35 before November, and it's going to be hard to get there. And I bring that up when you ask about the sequin jacket, because I wanted to bring the sequin jacket to build. I think I did. But it was so tight on me. And I knew that the sequin jacket didn't change sizes. Jeff changed sizes. It's fitting better. We're going to get even better. We're going to get even healthier. I want to get at least... My goal is to get 15 pounds more. Now 14 pounds more down. It's going to take some work here over the next 2 months. We're getting there. Yeah, let's keep going. Absolutely there, Fex. I agree. A visit to the tailor. That's a good problem to have. We're getting there. You lost 160. Attila! Whoa, baby! Look at that. We got to celebrate Attila. Woo! Good for you. Good for you. That is phenomenal. Yeah. Sequins have been known to shrink. I don't know about that. Weight loss is an achievement, and I'm pushing. I'm going to do more with this. I've got events that we're scheduling and planning for 2026, and I would love to hit. I have extended goals of weight loss. I would love to hit those. It's going to take work, and I'm going to be spending time in December on that work. So, you're just at the start of that journey. It is a journey, and we will we will get there.
For 85 months.
Mr. Magoo for 85 months. Whoa! Thank you so much. It's more than 7 years. Thank you. That is phenomenal. Where'd it go? Thank you so much for sharing that. You're quitting at 99. You can't do 100 months. You want to break the ticker there. So, am I only doing sports, or am I taking something to lose weight? I am not taking anything to lose weight. There is no medication. I'm not on any of those weight loss shots, pills. I'm on none of that. I'm literally there's a few things that I'm doing, and it's some of it is a little bit too simple. I've cut out all sugared soda. If there is a soda with sugar in it, that's Coca-Cola, that's Pepsi, Mountain Dew. Oh, Mountain Dew. Root beer, all cut out. I will treat myself with some of these zero sugar sodas when I need a little bit of caffeine, when I want just a sweet drink in the evening, because man, I'm a sweet tooth. And so, like Coke Zero, there's Coke Zero Cherry Coke, there's Coke Zero Orange Cream, there's Sprite Zero, there's Mountain Dew Zero. And I don't want to say it's better for you, but it has less weight impact on you. So that fits in my diet regimen. I've cut down the amount of food that I eat. Just portion size, I've cut down significantly. I've been pushing, an exercise program's the wrong word, but I have been forcing myself to get more active with running, with going on my elliptical, with hiking. When I go to Penn State to visit for college football on the weekends, from where I park to get to the stadium and time walking around the football stadium and going back, that whole circuit is between 3 to 5 miles. And I've been doing that every weekend. At night, at least 3 days a week, I'm on my elliptical, and I try to put in at least 2 miles on 3 nights a week, so that I'm not pushing myself too hard. Like, I want to push myself, but I've also got to build up that body strength, that resilience to be able to get there. So we're getting there. Let me see. Let me catch up here. M. Pulowski.
Just
Thanks so much.
64 months.
64 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Yeah. High fructose sugar drinks are super dangerous. Yes. I have a theory, but let me come back to this in a second. A hypothesis. There's a bottle of Pepsi Max right beside you now. Slide off of that. Old fashions are a nice end of day drink that's sweet. They are, however, need to be careful how much bourbon, how much whiskey at night. Like, yeah, that's another one that I've been keeping an eye on. So you got in a bad habit with sugar sodas and sweet tea. Sweet tea. Oh my gosh, sweet tea in southern United States. Ooh. You might as well be drinking a cup of liquid sugar. Windows terminal's refusing to start. Oh no. Yep. Sweeteners are metabolized by your body the same way as alcohol. Yes. So I am not sponsored by, I am a paid customer of Weight Watchers. The insight that you get when you look at how many, they give you a budget of points per day, and then you have an overflow budget of points for the week. When you do exercise, you get extra points added to your week total. I make it a goal not to use the weekly points. However, I'll have a drink at the end of the night and tap into those weekly points a little bit, but I try not to use them. But yeah, it's when you see how many points a can of Coca-Cola is versus a glass of Crown Royal, a glass of Buffalo Trace. Like, it is significantly more points on Weight Watchers for that can of Coke than it is for Crown Royal. Or even Fireball. And Fireball is really sugary. So, everybody's metabolism is different. Attila, you are totally right there. And, right, I'm just at the beginning. As I get further into this, I need to talk to a nutritionist so that we can structure things more appropriately for my body. I have celiac disease. I have a problem consuming gluten. I need to manage that appropriately. So, alcohol stops the body from burning fat. Rule number 1, no alcohol. Cutting back the amount of alcohol that I drink has helped. I don't drink beer. Beer is a massive carb. So is cider. I have pulled back on drinking those significantly. Distilled spirits aren't as bad. They don't help. So, didn't manage to stop smoking yet. Oh, that's another one to work on. Let's dig in. I want to pivot, go back over to Tags app, talk about a couple of things that are out there, and grab some of the code that I was working on and dive into a couple of these things. So, thank you so much. Welcome to Weight Watchers Talk. I'm your host, Jeff Fritz. It's been fun. I do not have any concerns being transparent about this. I'm not giving specifics about my current weight. That's okay. I'm just okay. All of a sudden, I got a ton of messages coming through from Signal. Okay. So let me head over. Let's get back in and talk about working with Tags app and getting some of these other features lit up and more secure, like encrypting the social media provider credentials at rest or putting them into Azure KeyVault. You have a theory that it takes 2 to 3 days to affect your weight after eating something. I think you're about right. So, yeah. All right, let's. No. Yeah, we'll start over here. Let me cdev tags app. I was working on this on my laptop. Show me about those remote branches. What do we got here? Oh, look at that mess. Which one is it? Which one is it? I don't remember. It's not the upstreams. I know that. There we go. Yeah, I know. So let's do a checkout track on origin. And I specifically wanted to address this with the encrypt config database. Yes. We'll use Visual Studio 2026. Let's go open that one up and give this a try. Hey, Warm Peas. Hello. Peeking in. Yeah, so we did our intro to Aspire, and here comes all the things for Tags app. And Tags app runs in Aspire. It doesn't have. That's where we're going to go. It doesn't have all of these resources set up as external hosted services. We'll get there as we go to turn this into a hosted service that folks can connect in and use. But for right now, since it runs all on one container instance, runs just fine like this. All as a hosted service that manages all those things. So, I have no idea how this works. If this works, go ahead and start the John and let's get into it. So, while that's starting up, I wanted to... There was a comment that I made earlier about adding custom metrics. Yeah, there we go. Why are you running... Go ahead, do your thing. Yeah. The chatbot, Charlie, has metrics that I've added into it, that I've custom added into it, so that it will tell me how many AI tokens that I've used, and all those things. So, like, when folks ran the hat command earlier, there it is. That's how long it took to run the hat command. And I can see the number of OpenAI requests. We've made 2 requests to OpenAI over the last 3 hours. How much its relative cost is. And it's not showing me the exemplaries there. But I can see how many tokens we've used. 2,500 tokens so far today. The different types of tokens. But the response time, the request total... and then everybody that posted information about their location, there's performance from the map reporting how long it took to get those locations and present them. And some of these are brand new. Right, there's Rockwall, Texas. Right, Finland, some of these other ones that it discovered and knows. So, very cool stuff that makes it easier to see what's going on inside the application. And it's real easy to add that to your application. Where did my mouse go? McNets!
McNets just resubscribed for 24 months. All these metrics come from Matrix.
Yes. Metrics in the Matrix. News at 11. Thank you so much. Why are we pausing on these things? Go, run. Start all the providers. Yuck. What did I break in there? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to go on Cork and see what's going on in there. What did I do? That didn't start. Unable to initialize initial. Okay, this is where I'm jumping in at this point, trying to get things running. Okay. Hosting failed to start. Yeah, I know. Database configuration has not been initialized. Right. Because I'm trying to get this running with... Yeah. Ads are running right now on Twitch. Thanks so much to all our friends on Twitch that are watching. So here, set configuration by ID. This is changing. And it's coming in on line 47 over here. Let me... So the idea with Tags app is there's a configuration factory, and you can have different implementations of that configuration capability called iConfigure Tags app. No. This one. There it is. Now, I could use just the standard .NET configuration capabilities of this and kind of hard code and have those strongly typed configuration. But oh boy. But setting it up this way gave me the ability to write to just a standard database and provide that different configuration that I want. And because I have this underneath a static factory object, I can grab configuration from wherever I want without having to interact with dependency injection. So I can just reach in and say, give me the current instance. So gives me a little bit of flexibility. And if I wanted, I can inject and read things from configuration. So, this is erroring out somewhere down in here. Yeah. Okay. So, there's two bits that I've been trying to get into the mix here. An encryption helper that, quite frankly, should be with the database instance of this. And the encryption helper gets the encryption keys from the site configuration or whatever .NET standard configuration you pass in. Make sure that everything is the right length, blah, blah, blah. And we have an encrypt method and a decrypt method that uses those keys to encrypt and decrypt so that we can write to a database and just use those regular interactions. That's a start. But clearly the way that that's being allocated here is not doing what I need it to do. This is acceptable for development or if encryption is not required. Yes, good. But that encryption helper, I think I want to have... Yeah, there's an in-memory provider and so on and so forth. Right, and there's where configuration is if we're using a database. So, back up, Fritz. Let's think this through. And then we're going to get into changing that up so that I can use KeyVault down there. I think this. No, stop it. Move that up here. Public static. I don't want to make it read only. I can't. Create scope. So there we're just forcing the database configuration one, which is right here, and knows how to use the encryption. Saying it even creates a table if it doesn't exist. Like, okay. When we go to set configuration, I tell it go encrypt. If the encryption helper isn't a thing, just save the value. Right, so by default that's null, and it will attempt to create the encryption helper right there. Yeah. So let's put a thing here that says if I gotta change that. I don't like that. I want it to be, yeah, there we go. Oh, come on now. Underscore delete capital E, yes. I thought there was a encryption enabled right there. I'm going to make you public. And I'm just going to call it enabled. So I'm going to say if it's not enabled, get rid of it. So good. And it stashes a copy of it there. Fine. Yeah. So it'll try and encrypt or decrypt if it has encryption set up. And encryption is set up if it has both keys. The key and I forget what IV stands for. Intermediate value, something like that. I forget. I'm catching up on things that are in chat. Inoa Golang, are you still out there? You had a question some time ago about being in a programming rut. Let me know. We can go to that question. Catching up. Let's not dive into it. Hey, be glad that I didn't dive into politics. Oh my gosh. There we go. Paquette doesn't yet support .NET 10. Yeah. That's surprising, knowing how aggressive the folks that build Paquette like to move forward on things. and take the latest versions of things. That's a little surprising to me. Okay. So, try and rerun, and let's see where this errors out again, and go take another look. I don't want to use too much Copilot diagnosing this. Let's go. There's a PR in for it? Okay. That team is usually really quick on turning around pull requests and features. The frustrating thing for me... Go ahead, take a look. The frustrating thing for me is they publish every single one of their releases. Every single one, and it's not even releases. Every single one of their builds, they publish to NuGet. Man, that's a lot. See, we're going to end up moving off of that in memory. There we go. Unable to resolve service for type I authentication scheme provider. It should have done that. I'm glad you like that. That's a gift from our friend, that Junie Von Esch. Birthday present. Big thanks to her. Big thanks to her. I think it's really cool. So, yeah. There we go. All right. Cool. Moving on. So why is this bailing out? Like, authentication. Like, I set up and built the whole idea of dynamic authentication provider. So it should allocate all of the authentication providers. I completely forget where I do that, though, because this app has gotten just so big. No. Here. It should go through and add all of them. Restart that. Take a look. Yeah, I know. You've been playing with making a test web application factory recently. That's a nice way to make integration tests. There is a way to do that with ASP.NET, to create the web application factory in a test scenario so that you can hook into it. That ran properly, and it never hit add the external providers. It really didn't hit it that time. Let's walk it back, because I broke something that's not getting there. Smirking squiggly
just resubscribed for 29 months. For 29 months without glitch, you've tuned into Coding with Fritz. With C# in hand, he helps us all stand in streams where the bugs meet their fix.
Yeah! Thank you so much, Smirking Squiggly. Really appreciate the poll. Hope you're having a fantastic day out there. Swaps out PostgreSDB for in-memory. Yeah, there you go. Yep. That's not running is what's going on. Our conference in March in person. Remind me. Oh, that one. Cool. I don't have the specifics on my side that I need for it, but very cool. Okay, so this isn't launching because configuration isn't loading, and configuration isn't loading because I broke it over here. Let me think. How do we want to go about this? We should get down into here, and this should bail out properly for us. Let's hook up the debugger. It is hooked up. Let's step through this. See exactly. Yeah, I know. See exactly where it's dumping on us. And tear that apart. So yeah. And Code with Sean is reminding me, if you're at an event, if you're coming out to an event that I'm at and you see me, please come up and say hello. Introduce yourself. I want to meet you. I want to see you. I want to talk to you about what's going on. I want to learn more about you and what's happening in your development career. So, all right, so it's trying to run, and it says it is enabled. What? Oh, okay. Okay. That's a thing, sure. Okay. Initialize configuration. Get the provider name, connection string, get a connection. Yeah. Open the connection. Good. Create the config table, and it should say, yeah. So it's initialized. Yeah, that should just run. Yeah. No. So is this failing? So it's going to encrypt. The plain text it's going to write is that JSON block. That's fine. Get the database connection. It did. Step into that so I can see the exception. Show me that again. It's on configure 98. Here. Why didn't we get those? What changed? What changed? Yeah. Where's that set? Because when we did initialize configuration, it set it. Wait a minute. No. The provider name and then the connection string. Yeah. So right now, I'm just going to hard code Postgres. Yeah. And we're going to set that up so we can go use KeyVault in just a minute here. How many people work on Visual Studio and VS Code? How many people at Microsoft work on them? I can't share that. And I don't want to guess. Not awaiting the task? Which task? This one? 1 second. We'll take a look. Do that. Create the new one. There's the connection string. Initialize configuration. You're right. That should be awaited. Step in. Yeah, that should be awaited, and I'm willing to bet that's part of this. Get the connection, and that should step in. Yeah. Let that go. The get await or get result should be on here because this is... Yeah. Go ahead, finish that. I'm working through that. That's fine. We'll get back to this. Something decrypting and loading out of there. You might be right that it... Here. Right. Get a waiter. Get result. I think we've successfully gotten past that, and I think we're somewhere in here. Yeah. Restart that. Does get await or get result block? It does. You're right, tool. A tool Adorelis? Yep. So you've heard Mad say it's not a fixed number of folks that are working on Visual Studio. Yeah, folks roll on and off. Because Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code are gigantic products. There are people that work on various components inside of it. Like, there's a whole group of folks that work on just, like, they'll go and their job for the next 2-3 weeks is to work on the locals window. Like, all right, we're going to go in there and we're going to make the values that appear here, make them easier to work with, right? Or we're going to work on some of the find references, and there's a group of folks that'll work on this for a little bit, and then they come together, group work on a feature, and then they'll go work on something else. It's not a fixed number of folks. Is it a single solution? I don't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at the Visual Studio source code. Yeah. It's best if I don't answer that. I think what I should do here is detect that that's JSON. And bail out on the decrypt. Yes, I know. So let's do something like JSON serializer. Is there like a try deserialize? Can we do that? Yeah, let's do that. And yeah, with encryption. That should get me through here. Is some of Visual Studio still written in .NET Framework 4? Yes. There are tweaks and optimizations in there that are like things you've never seen before. Hey, Jean Valjean.
Gene80 just resubscribed for 70 months.
Thank you so much. How you doing there? Coder 24601. Yeah, look at that. And there's the emote. Man, yes. There it goes. Now it's adding the external providers. And really? I should probably put a try catch around there. Right? Yeah, I know. Which feels weird. Really? I'm not using base 64 encryption. Which isn't even encryption, it's hashing. Not even like yeah, I think that was a good suggestion there. But yeah, Mark, there's good chunks of Visual Studio that are .NET Framework 4. It's an application that's been around for 25, 26 years, and yeah, that's not changing. All right, so there's my for each to add the providers. Yep. That's okay. And there's the test site without being logged in. And the new information that I added to the home screen. Cool. That's not bad at all. Your guess is that .NET Framework is not the oldest part of the Visual Studio stack? No. There are, and you can see it in if you work with any Visual Studio extensions. There are some C++ built features and capabilities as part of Visual Studio that are old. So, that worked, and I should be able to do my login. Can I get in with GitHub? Can I get in with the GitHub? The hub of all things Git. Okay. values are not encrypted in the database right now. We've gone to ads over on Twitch for the next 2 minutes. However, when we're done that, pre-roll ads will be turned off for the next hour. So I'm... Right, if we go over here, my external authentication. So that looks okay. No, base 64 is not encryption. No, it's not. I'm okay with this working the way that it is right now. I want to bring in now... let's commit what I have right now because it works, and we have the database encryption. Then we'll bring in Azure KeyVault. We'll add the KeyVault emulator into .NET Aspire so we can work with KeyVault here locally. And we'll start adding KeyVault as a provider for configuration so that we can save all of our settings there, have it secured inside of KeyVault so that we return and work with that properly. Lundo Spark with a question here. Happy to answer. Is this a Blazor app? And if so, is it server or WASM, WebAssembly? Yes, this is a Blazor app. It's all of the above. It's some server-side render. It's some interact, and it's some WebAssembly also. Because there's parts that you do want to be WebAssembly for the speed of interacting with it. The waterfall view and the moderation view, which has things like that message visible. That's WebAssembly. That's all WebAssembly, how that's loading, presenting, and hanging out there. The interactions on the system admin screens, these are interactive server. Because I don't want them being interacted with off of this service. So it saves and puts that stuff down. When was the last time I checked in the code? Over the weekend. I'm on a different branch right now, and I haven't set up a pull request to the main to the main branch yet. So all of the source for this is available if you want to take a look. The source code is visible. It's out there. It is completely open source. I will share the link in chat. You're welcome to go download it, check it out. But this bit right here, I think we're done for now. And then we're gonna come back and lob the KeyVault configuration in there. Here we go. So yeah, let's add all of those features. Go ahead and generate a message for it. I need to get the end-to-end messages in there. Robson Previato with a question about Tags app. Do I use SignalR on the WebAssembly pages? Yes. So there's actually two SignalR hubs, effectively. There's the one that Interactive WebAssembly uses. There's the one that Interactive Server uses. And I have another one that I stood up for the WebAssembly interaction. And it does that because I check to make sure that you're authenticated to be able to receive the moderation content. And whether or not you're allowed to make the request to get to either get moderation content or to post moderation interactions. So it's a secured hub out there that interacts with that. Thanks for the question. Wow, that's a really long commit message, but that's fine. I don't care. Go ahead, publish. And, yep, push that. Okay. Next steps. I want to get into the mix. Where'd it go? Azure KeyVault down here. I literally vibe coded this. I went into Copilot chat and I said, here's the interface. Go generate a configuration provider that uses Azure KeyVault. And it did something. I don't know if it's right, but it did something. So it generated a set of service collection extensions, add Azure KeyVault configuration with a configuration section name. Okay, so it's going to get that section from iConfiguration. So the environment variables that are set for the application that are being passed in, if it says we're going to be using Azure KeyVault, so it's actually got a strongly typed configuration here with the KeyVault URI, the tenant ID, client secret. Those are the three things that we need to get access to a KeyVault. We need to know the Azure tenant, the client ID, the client secret. The URI is where it lives, and it's typically something like that. Some prefix, cache time to live in minutes, default 60 minutes. Sure. So it doesn't need to go reloaded again. That's fine. Use managed identity for authentication. Okay. So then it won't even use the client secret. It's just going to go, are you an authenticated application? Yes. Our code is written by real intelligence. Nice. I like where you went there, Mark. I like where you went there.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Who cares? You can write it with Copilot. You can write it with your own stuff. I will say, though, that Copilot's kind of gotten a little scope creepy. Is that a word? Is that a thing? Scope creepy? Can we make that a thing? Scope creepy? I think it is. So, moving on. KeyVault URI is required. Client ID and client secret is required when not using managed identity. Sure, I think that works. Okay. So it's going to go get the Azure KeyVault section from configuration and then try to add a singleton. That's not how this works. Here's where we need to do some work on this. Was the grandfather of helpful AI? You've gone quiet on me here, Charlie. Thank you for being a little quiet. First time I used Copilot in agent mode to troubleshoot a problem. Strange thing is that it couldn't complete the task because it couldn't find the Blazor host file. Yeah. Is Copilot outdated? Older models that you use with Copilot, like if you use GPT-4, it doesn't know Blazor. GPT-4.1 starts to know Blazor. GPT-5 knows Blazor. It just wasn't trained on that material, those older GPT models. Claude Sonnet, I forget if 3.4 does, but 3.7 and 4 of Claude Sonnet know about it. I haven't tried Gemini yet. Okay, so this needs to be updated. Add Azure KeyVault configuration. That's not used anywhere. Add Azure KeyVault configuration with managed identity. That's not used anywhere either. I feel like these are sample configurations. With service principal. Yeah, client ID, client secret. No. Add tags app, Azure KeyVault. No. There's the client secret credential being set up. But are any of these? None of these are referenced yet. Think this through. Azure KeyVault configure tags app. So this implements our interface. It's going to take in configuration options, which it configures right there. Yeah, this needs to change. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Throw if null if we don't have options or our logger. Fine. Validate configuration. Sure. Create Azure KeyVault client. Go ahead, take a look. That's right. Go get it.
The analysis is complete.
I know it is.
Black Dragon Hat has been identified with high confidence.
Oh yeah. It's really cool. So when it goes to create the connection to KeyVault, new secret client, new secret client. Right, those
Do
are...
you hear that? That is the sound of inevitability.
Okay.
The sound of your code failing.
Shut up. Clean up cache, so it has some cache in memory on these things. And a cache cleanup timer out there. Okay. So when we say get configuration, right, this is one of the two ways in that's exposed through the interface. For that ID, get a secret name, sanitized secret name. So, yeah, it puts hyphens in there where need be. And shortens it. And I thought it puts the prefix in front of it. Tags app dash. That's fine. Try to get the value from the cache, which is a concurrent dictionary. Okay. That's fine by me. Set configuration by ID, get the secret name, serialize it, set it. That's just the way we're doing it the other. And then delete configuration by ID. Start delete secret async. Cool. I think this will work. I haven't tried it yet. Let's get KeyVault into app host. One of these. There we go. What do we need? .NET Aspire project based on subscription ID, resource group prefix location. I really don't want to do that. I want the emulator. Add Azure KeyVault. Well, okay. I don't want to deploy a KeyVault yet. Is this Visual Studio 2026? Yes, this is the Insiders edition of Visual Studio 2026. Would I recommend you use it? Yes, use it. They're collecting telemetry. They're seeing how folks use it. They're looking for bugs that get automatically reported back. They want to hear from you. They want to see how you do with it so that they can configure, lock down, and hopefully promote it so that it works well. Yep, Insiders flag up there. It's the big thing you'll hear from folks is it is significantly faster than Visual Studio 2022. Let's put KeyVault out here and let's say builder. Can I just say add KeyVault? No, add Azure KeyVault, but I need to give it a name. Let's just call it Vault. I don't know. Is there a with emulator? No. With explicit start, exclude, application builder. What do we got? You're going to make me stand up one of these. I thought there was an Azure KeyVault emulator that we could use. And I realize I've dropped into radio voice. Azure KeyVault emulator. You wouldn't say that it's faster? Okay. James Gold with the Azure KeyVault emulator. Blah, 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 blah. Full support for Azure SDK KeyVault clients. Good. Native.NET Aspire support. Cool. Emulator runs as a container. Can be accessed by setting your Vault URI to that address. If you're using .NET Aspire, there's built-in support for the emulator, meaning you can optionally override your to use the emulator. Great. I'd like to try your package. Because that's what I do. Where are we here? Tags app host. Add the package. Yes. Come on. Looks good so far. What's next? So we can say add Azure KeyVault and then run as emulator. That's what I was looking for. Right? No. Do I need to add... cool. It doesn't pass the challenge-based authentication policy. Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like I'm missing... Am I missing a using statement? Yes, I was. Okay. So, add database. There's the website. Wait for KeyVault with reference. KeyVault. I don't even know if... I'm not even going to get into KeyVault working yet. Let's just make sure the resource appears here, you know? And then we'll break things. Right? We move fast and break things. That's kind of the gimmick here. Install certificate. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I don't care. Start. That's the important part. Start. Go. Go now. What do we got? I want to see a KeyVault emulator in here. There it is. Look at it right there. James Gold Dev Azure KeyVault emulator 259. And it's still starting. Show me what you got there. Downloaded newer image. Fantastic. Looks like it started. There's our hash. It's running. And there's no user interface for that? No user interface, so I can peek into there? James. Star the repository? Yeah, this, I will gladly star your repository because that looks cool. Running the emulator with Docker. Running the emulator with Aspire. Just did that. Yeah. Okay. Toggle on persisted data, which creates an emulator DB loaded at runtime, updated in real time. Oh, cool. Azure KeyVault emulator client. Now, why do I need to do that? Haven't tried Borderlands 4, no. I've heard it is fantastic. Management UI, that's what I'm looking for, and he doesn't have one yet. Okay. Let's add, where did it go? Now give me the whole shooting match. Where's the persist? Where'd that persist information go? Yeah, that one. Right there. I can turn that off. Hi. Paste that in. New KeyVault emulator options. Persist true. So that it saves that information. I don't need to reload it each time. Cool. Site loaded, but it's not using KeyVault yet. Now, disable challenge resource verification. When we set up the connection. Okay. That doesn't sound too bad. Right, so if I look at the website here, there's the connection string for the KeyVault right there. Yes, I know. And it's just localhost. So let's do this. Let's update. Yeah, let's just update that when we set up the secret client. Right? Like, it's all isolated in one spot here. Right? So where is it? Right there. Create secret client. You're coming with me. What? I'm trying to do format document. Advanced. Format document. Control E, D. Yeah, that's what I thought I was doing. No, we can do var there. Darn it. And let's say KeyVault URI host contains localhost host? String comparison, invariant culture, ignore case. So if it does contain localhost, do the typical challenge. No challenge on the resource, so we can use localhost. Otherwise, we'll do this. And let's actually just... Why don't I just do that? Right? Like, that feels easy. So, secret client, right? It was the URI, default Azure credential, this one right here, and the options. If you're working locally, you're not using managed identity. .NET 10 breaks some of the Blazor Sync Fusion components. Okay. You know they're going to be working on it. It's in their best interest to keep pace. So you know they're going to be working on it. Okay, that felt like a good workaround, a good fix. Let's say if we are using the emulator. Right? Okay, so I have the KeyVault emulator installed and working. Now I need to figure out a way to have the configure tags app bits wake up and identify and say, hey, I need to register KeyVault and use that provider. And this is going to get... I feel like this is going to get dicey. Come here. Come here. Come here. Really? Hey, Visual Studio. I'd like to make my tabs bigger. What did I do? No. Close everything. Oh, wait, no, let's do this. Move them over there. There. Okay. Nope. That's a bug. For only when I use managed identity? If you're right. It should be down on this one. Thank you. Right, because that's the client ID, client secret. Yeah. You know what? Oops. No, put them back in. That should be all right. Hey, Thindall. Hello. Now where did... I gotta do this. Vertical tabs, docked to the right side. Do not allow resizing. When I dock tabs in Visual Studio 2026 to the right side of the window, comma, I'm no longer able to resize the panel, period. It forces the size of the tabs to a very narrow width where I cannot read what the text is on the tabs. Choose how it impacts me. It's more difficult. Yes. 17 star. Doesn't work in 18. Disappear, auto-scrolling tabs. Resizing is buggy. Yes. Fixed pending release. Yep. So, looks like it's coming. That's fine. I voted. So in the meantime, I'm gonna move them over there. Developers. Yeah, see how it's... how you doing there? Is it, Reanivator? Hello? Okay, with all that done, I need to come over here and figure out how I want to register and enable if we're going to use KeyVault. Here we go. You replaced a 256 gig SATA drive with a 1 terabyte NVMe for like $60. Wow. Okay. That has something to say about the reduced cost of features, of capabilities as our computers age. Get me into Program CS. This one. Right there is where it sets up configuration. And it registers the singleton that it created. So Murphy is alive and well. Hey, fantastic. I'm glad I got the pronunciation right there for you. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. If I put a func over here that returned, right? That implements, and even this one over here, right? It implements iConfigure tags app. If I put a func over here that created one and passed it in, right? iConfiguration, and we're going to return iConfigure tags app, external config source. Yeah. And can I default that to null? Can I do that? That's fine. It's right here that it kind of figures out. So, true NAS scale. Nice. Yep, sure, do that. We're going to call that configure the external source, mark it as configured, return current. Otherwise, unable to initialize external configuration provider. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what I want. Which means then, oh, this is going to be so good, right? Because I've set up the indirection here. I should be able to add a reference to Azure KeyVault to the main project. There we go. Oops. There it is. Okay. So in here, I have I feel like I want that done by over here. No. Services configure, add singleton. So we got the configuration section. But I need to actually get this thing, which takes in the configuration options and a logger. Have a good one, Patty boy. Thanks so much for joining us. A little too KFC enriched. So I think there's too many of those that I just don't care about. There's the configuration. Let's move you out. Does that return? No, it doesn't. That wants it as a series of, as an I options. That's annoying. That's annoying. Because I don't have I options yet. Like, I guess I could force it. Actually, I could resolve it and return it. Couldn't I? Right? Not vapor. Wait a sec. It's iService provider, not iService collection. No. Oh, it built it. Oh, I was right. Yeah, ads. It certainly could fail. I had that. Okay, hang on. If it's a service collection, right? I thought there was build service provider. What? Service collection. I should be able to do that. Don't give me that fix with Copilot, John. I'm missing, yeah, I'm missing a package that's needed for that. I don't think I want to be responsible for that. Because it's being done right there. I don't like it there, though. I'd rather return a fully hydrated one of those. But I can't create the logger. Can I get that and turn it into an I options? Yeah, I could do that. What don't you like about that? Binder options. Hang on. It's been too long since I've done this. Okay. Sure. Show me what you got. You're not even letting me... Oh, okay. So that return... No. Okay, introduce a local one of those, right? Options? Cool. I'd rather you be over here. And a var on this side. I know that's like... That's evil to some folks. But... I'm working here. One second. I gotta double check my schedule here. Uh-oh. Hey, Urban Blaster. Hello. Nah, we're good. Yeah. We're in good shape. Yeah. That's me reminding myself that I have a live stream. Registered for the meet and greet in March in Redmond? Not familiar. I don't know. Hey, Walks. How you doing? How you doing? Oh my gosh. Hey. How you doing there, Chris? Yeah, give me 1 second. So, we'll come back to this in a second. So, I have set up in app host, add Azure KeyVault, new KeyVault emulator options. I've updated the way that I use KeyVault over here so that when I create the secret client, where'd it go? Here. We're going to disable challenge resource verification if the KeyVault URI contains localhost. I'm not Chris. Yes, you're James. Yeah, who's Chris? I'm Fritz. There you go. So that should get me around the exception that you were seeing and requesting folks kind of enforce. So my next piece is this vibe coded an entire implementation of my configuration provider. Hey, Frank. Notification about streaming while streaming, is that productivity or inception? That's totally inception. Totally inception. So I don't think I want to do that. Typically recommend builder environment is development for disabling. Sure. Sure. That makes sense too. Multiple ways to skin a cat. So I've got my configuration options that I want to pass in. I don't need to pass them as an options anymore, as an I options. I can do that. I still need an appropriate logger. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Do I pass in a logger? Hey, how you doing there?
Walkson just resubscribed for 23 months.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that support. Yeah. The summit. Yeah, you're leaving the house. Going to get you on this side of the Atlantic. So I want a logger. I could pass in Logger Factory. Do I need? I do. If I turn that around to iService provider, because it already has services that are being passed in, right? Yeah. Cool. So I can do new Azure KeyVault. One of those. And I can pass in options, and I can pass in logger. Okay. So I'm doing this up here. And I implemented an override. Too many input parameters. Carriage return that, John. I don't need iConfiguration. No, I do. I need iConfiguration. And I need the service provider. Yeah. Cool. Back over here. Get rid of that. Yeah, I should have services first. That's like a higher priority deal. So we're just going to move you over here. Yup. Cool. I think that's it. Let me... No, don't need that. Catching up on the things. Yeah, who's Chris? There we go. How did I hear about the emulator? Heard it's being used internally at Microsoft. I don't know about internally at Microsoft. Honestly, I believe I heard Maddie talk about it, and I bingled for it because it was not showing up on. I thought there was a run as emulator already baked into Aspire. Didn't see it showing up, so went and installed the package, and at that point, oh, it's taking too long for me to get to the sound effect, and now it's just boring.
Boom goes the dynamite.
There it was. Took way too long to get to that, but yes. Went and got it and integrated. So, we'll see what happens when I spin this up in just a second. Yeah. No problem. Thank you for your work. We'll see how this goes. The idea is we're going to take Tags app. I want it to store data in KeyVault, and I need a way to develop and work locally before I go and wire up to a production KeyVault. So let's see what we can do. And wait a minute. I don't have a configuration section. Hang on. It added KeyVault run as emulator. Oh, config section name. Hey, there we go. Joshua. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Sure, let's give it that configuration name. Yeah. Config section name. Let's see what it sees. If I have seeding data I'd need for
the analysis is complete.
I know.
Black Dragon Hat has been identified with high confidence.
Fantastic. There's a good method with Aspire for seeding that. Cool. I might get there. Let's see in a second here. So now, back in here. Down here. It's not an extension method anymore. Oh, that stinks, Chris Funk. Am I deploying this to Azure, doing it through CI/CD? Neither. I am deploying it to Azure, not right now, but it's effectively a single user system, effectively, for now. Oh, sure, I don't care. That's awful, but service, collection, extensions, and oh dear Lord. I don't want just that. Well, no. Why don't you like that? Fine, then clarify it. That one. Services and configuration. Yeah. That's iService provider and iConfiguration. iService provider and iConfiguration and returns in. So what don't you like there? Socials are pointing you back to the bot. That stinks. Fix typo. There's not a typo in there. Yo. iService provider, iConfiguration, and returns iConfigure tags app. Service provider, configuration, returns iConfigure tags app. Is it because of this? Maybe. Yeah, that's what it was. YOLO, hit it. Oh no, I'm out of coffee. Yeah, I could do the overload trick. You're right. And just delegate. Yeah. You're onto something there. Let's see what we get here. And then we're going to go find Chris. Because I don't... Chris. That one's not running. Running and unhealthy because... There we go. Starting, running. Good. What do we got? Unable to initialize external configuration provider. This is okay. KeyVault URI is required. Whoa! All right, let's take a look at what we got there because I suspect I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Yes, I know. And details. That's the only one there is. Yeah, out of coffee is a problem. It's not decorated with the URI. It's just, here's the connection string. I feel like that's not right. What am I missing? Get the connection string. And that's just the Vault URI. Okay. It only loaded. Like, what did that give me? Right there. Restart that. Mm-hmm. Come on. There it is. So, what do we got here? No. Is the only thing passing through a URI? Like, if that's the case... Yeah, it just returns the value Azure KeyVault. There's no anything else. In which case... Right, this becomes... Yeah, I know, you turkey. If I say options, KeyVault URI... It's not even that. Right, go back. Configuration, get connection string. Configuration section. Yeah. See where that trickles down. Maybe. Just gonna step through and make sure I've got all the I's dotted and T's crossed. Here we go. All right, so nope. What? Connection strings vault. Yeah. That. Okay. Yeah, I know. The trials of trying something that I'm not familiar with and debugging through it.
Developers develop
Hey, Jackson. Welcome. Come on. I want to see you get right there. Okay, it says it's running. Here we go. We've got a URI. Yep, go ahead, do your telemetry. Okay, Azure KeyVault. Yo. We have a URI. It might have worked. I don't have a way to see into that vault, but no. A lot of errors. Failed to retrieve configuration 4. Failed to. That's okay, those values don't exist. So, yeah, you're... Yeah, I know. Go away. Get secret, sanitize secret name, cache. Right in there. Let's put a break there. Put a break down there. See what happens. We're almost there. We're right at this. Oh boy. Because if KeyVault works, yep, I think it's configuring it properly. Let's see. Okay, you didn't even get to... What do we got? Default Azure credential failed to retrieve a token from the included credentials. All right. Yes. What do we got? Yeah. Right. That's okay. But that's not doing anything. Mm-hmm. You can optionally inject a key client and certificate client. Okay, that's what that's creating there. And there I see where you're saying use the KeyVault emulator this way. Otherwise, use the Azure clients that way. Okay. Fine by me. So if I'm over here... That's not the service collection that we're registering with. That's the fully rendered service provider. These other things, I'm getting rid of these. Let's rename this to KeyVault extensions. I don't know. Sounds good. Yes, I do have auth implemented. Yes. Add Azure KeyVault. See, I need to pass those options in down here. How was that to set up, and what do you use for it? I have GitHub, Microsoft, LinkedIn, Twitch, Apple. Pretty easy to set up. Let's call this set KeyVault options. No. iService collection, yes. And I don't want... Cool. Oh, man. Yep, absolutely. Go ahead, take a look. And I will grab that syntax. And I can just change this to is development. I need the key for that. The package. Oh, fine, add the package. That one. Tags app, laser, add the package. You love the VS Code editor when you hit dot in the GitHub repo. It is pretty cool. No doubt. The accessibility of that is really cool. No. Well, Vault URI I can do. I don't have iConfiguration here either. Oh, man. This is so... Yes. And now this thing. No. Why aren't you giving me a using statement or something there? And it doesn't know how to do that either. Why? Like, because I put it in the wrong project, that's why. Tags app configuration. Come on. There you go. Now, I don't know, add Azure clients. No. This doesn't make sense. Back up. Back up, Fritz. Yeah. No, no, no. I think that works. And then I need to bring in secret client. Here, I've already got the service provider. Back over here. I don't need you. I can just reference secret client, and put a comma there. Grab one of these, drop it over there. Okay. Don't have that. And instead of doing that, I can just say like that. See if it works. So far, so good. Man, this has turned into a big application, hasn't it? You think security is a cash cow? Yes, it is. Oh, build errors. Right. I can get rid of these and turn this into just oh well, wait a sec. No. And I don't need that anymore. Whatever. You turn into that. Here we go. Not going to work. I already know it's not going to work. because I need to do the set KeyVault options first. Cool. And I know there's a lot of overcomplication and over-engineering that I've done in here that we will clean this up. Heck, I even think this whole configuration subsystem is too much. Yeah. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Yeah, objects options isn't a thing. Yes, hello. And I should, can I say secret client vault URI? Give it to me. Here we go. And then this is going to work like butter. And we will be all set up to use KeyVault, and there will be birds singing. It will be amazing. Bang. Okay. Yeah, I know. Get around it. And there will be much rejoicing. Yes. It didn't work. Try again. Yeah. Here comes the Aspire dashboard. Everything's starting up. Come on. Some services are not able to be constructed. Yes. Because it doesn't know the database for this. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere here. Back up for a second. This has the connection string. So if it does this, no, we're not using that. Another universe where they don't need security. That's used way early on. Hosted services. There's where it's setting up Postgres. This bit here I need to retrofit in so that it knows Postgres is the database. Go get the data from over there. Okay. And I need to get the connection string for it. Which it's doing. Right there. It's calling that initialize configuration in the database one. Man. It says, here's the provider name, here's the connection string. Test that it can get to that connection. Creates the configuration table. That's fine. But it's putting the connection string in there somewhere. Content provider Postgres, security provider Postgres. Hey, Fuel Snable. So it goes and gets connection settings. If it's Postgres, add Postgres services with the configuration and the connection settings. Oh, hang on. It's not Postgres, so this isn't executing. So that's where it's looking for the database connection string, which is provided somewhere else. Okay. So when it does the initialize, what's it? Oh, it's initializing that database. I don't need to do that. I need to do this. Yeah. For right now. So when I do initialize, I can log it here, right? I can just say set configuration by ID. Does it know what connection settings is? No. Comes out of common. Oh, this doesn't have a reference to common. Okay. No. Come here, you. Yeah, tags app common. Nope. Got it. Okay, don't need you. And I can await that now. As was pointed out previously. Hey, why not just await that? Yeah, let's do that. Now let's see if it... Right, when it gets into... There, what do we get? There goes the dashboard. Any solution for WPF KeyVault? WPF KeyVault. I'm not familiar with WPF KeyVault. Okay, so that is the Azure KeyVault. Connection settings. We've got something, and it's completely empty. For working at a local PC with no connection to Azure, that's 6 of one, half dozen of the other here. Like, to use KeyVault, you have to be connected to use Azure KeyVault, you need to be connected to Azure. The other way to do it would be Active Directory. And store information in Active Directory about your application that you want to use. And pull it from there. That would be the other way that I would go about it. So, restart that. Yeah, there's some consulting to do here. You want to store secure keys in Azure? Yeah. Then you need an Azure KeyVault client that knows how to log into Azure. That should hit right there. It didn't set it. Yeah. Sure. And that feels bad. So it only works in your Visual Studio because you're logged into Azure. You need to pass credentials so that it forces the user to log into Azure when they open your WPF app. So when you define the credentials for the person to log in with, yeah, that should trigger. Okay, so connection settings, yes. There we go. Now I've got content providers. And that reaches in and goes to there. And now I've got a database. So I've got data. It looks like a fresh system because nothing's been configured yet. But it's in multi-user mode. Ah. This is good and this is bad. Great. It's saving data to Azure KeyVault. Terrible. None of my configuration is in Azure KeyVault. No. No. The connection string to the database, I'm not putting in Azure KeyVault. Because that's going to come from an environment variable, and this application is going to be using service principals to log in. You like the logo? And I've navigated away from it. Stand by. This. Let's take this out of here and have it come from content connection string. Let me do that one in a second. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. That's what it is right now. So that's going to reach into here. Content provider for both of these. Yeah. Yeah. So that should flow all the way through. I still need to get my auth copied into Azure KeyVault. That, I think, is a migration issue. I'm going to commit what I've got. I'm out of time. I'm actually over on time. Let's commit what I've got. Yeah, go ahead and save all the things. Connected and enabled Azure KeyVault. Right, and if I was an app host, if what I should do here is if that was right actually. Nothing. No KeyVault. No vault configured. So when I come back over here, not that one. Wait, I missed it. Add Azure KeyVault configuration. Get required service logger. Get the secret client. There's where it is. If that doesn't return anything, yeah. Oh, crumbs. Yeah. That's okay. So then back in here, if something was passed in, is not empty configuration. So if we didn't get something configured, if we did get something configured, continue. Otherwise, go try and set up and do the database interaction. So that should continue to work. And then I want to go in and remove the with reference inside of app host, and it should continue working with the database instead. And we should get our configuration we had previously, where I'm logged in and it's multi-user and all the good stuff. So here comes all the things. Website starting. Come on, right there. Show me what you got. There's breakpoint. Uh-oh. There it is. All right, so I'm in that weird spot. Okay. So now let's go back and inside app host, if I remove the reference to KeyVault and restart, it should work, load the database, get me connected to the database, and we should see all the content that we had previously and be able to navigate around as a system admin. And then we'll we'll check in more stuff, and away we go. Do I like the new design languages big companies adopt for their operating systems? You're specifically referring to Apple. These are the complaints that Windows folks had when Vista came out. Yeah. Value cannot be null. Oh, that should have done a return there. Darn it. Yes. Return service. One more time. Yeah, Apple mocked Arrow back in the day because they had their skeuomorphic language, and everybody loved skeuomorphic. And the reason they call it the cult of Mac is that what Johnny Ive and what Steve Jobs declared, everybody went with. And we are now seeing some dents in that armor where folks are saying, wait a sec, I don't like this. Hey, we didn't like this 20 years ago when Microsoft released it. Why do you think we like it now? Connection string is missing. I'm going to have to leave it at that and come back and fix it. That shouldn't be too hard to address. But I'm going to commit my changes. Began checking for database configuration. To see if it still works. Yeah, that works. Commit it, push it, and we're going to call it there. Man, oh man. I feel like we got a ton done here today. We went through and we got... We talked through what Aspire is and how that works, and we got that running. We hooked up encryption so that now if you're using a database to store configuration keys for TagsApp, it will encrypt before it saves that data into the database, and it will decrypt before it reads that data from the database. We started looking at the Azure KeyVault provider, configuration provider that I scaffolded with the help of Copilot. A couple things that weren't quite right there. We installed the Azure KeyVault emulator. Looks like that's working great. There's just a couple of final bits of polish to put on this, and we'll be ready to merge that in, and our keys and configuration will be much more secure for TagsApp, while still leaving the ability to have database configuration. So in the future, when we use SQLite as a local configuration store, because it's a single install of TagsApp, everything still works without having to have KeyVault running out on the big internet. All right. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure writing code with you. Let me take a look and see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. And if you're watching on YouTube, I've got a bunch of great replays and videos available for you down here, over here, depending on which version of the YouTube app you're using. You know what? The ASP.NET Community Stand-Up is going on right now over on the Visual Studio channel. So let's get you rated over there. Yeah, that's right, McNuts. Let's get you rated over there to go see our friends Dan Roth and crew on the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. All right? Thank you so much for watching. I will see you on Thursday. Hopefully I'll have this polished up and we'll move back into some of our final bits that we're finishing for getting TagsApp configured and rolled out, including working on that map. Alrighty. Get ready to say hi to my friends on the Visual Studio channel, and I will see you on Thursday. And until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.